urged the second officer to take deep breaths, holding them in for a few seconds to subdue their body's startle response. This was a fight to the death, and they had to be on their A-game. As Sullivan continued the climb back to 37,000 feet, he noticed that the trim wheel, which normally moves automatically to relieve him from constantly needing to pull back during a climb, wasn't moving. This was strange. The aircraft he was flying had now been reduced to a level of automation similar to the 1950s era planes he had been trained on, back when he had first learned how to fly. This aircraft was seriously sick, and what little automation was still working was trying to kill everyone on board. The captain moved the trim wheel back manually as he climbed back up to cruise altitude.
Keep going down that tunnel and you'll end up at the Area 52 cargo train loading depot. Fastest way to Area 52 will be to hitch a ride on one of those cargo trains.
Now appeared again. It seemed that resetting the computers had achieved nothing. The stall and overspeed warnings continued to blare, and the pilots had now become sickened by the dreadful experience of their predicament.
You think they can see I'm
As
fading?
the first officer worked through the error
Without your
messages again,
wings, I would
he
fall.
saw the most ominous one of all. Prim 3, the flight control computer that had failed the first time, had failed again.
Oh, what the hell?
The ECAM was telling the pilots
They got
to
rocket
reset.
trains now.
The two men looked up at the switch, which is now displaying its false light. They looked over at each other. The last time they pressed this button, the plane had gone berserk. The second officer had his finger ready to press the switch and asked the captain to confirm that he should press it. "No, don't f*** with it," said Sullivan. This was one switch, which was better left where it was.
And it's like, no, don't reset it now. It's like, I gave that dog a bone and it bit me. I'm not gonna give that dog a bone anymore.
By this point, the captain decided that he needed to reassure the passengers that he and his fellow pilots were still alive, functional, and fighting against the deranged aircraft. Sullivan made a quick PA to this effect and told the passengers to stay strapped in. But just as the pilots thought that their situation couldn't get any worse, the alert chime sounded, and the master caution light lit up. The pilots looked at the ECAM and saw an amber warning message, which then disappeared as soon as they caught a glimpse of it. Then another chime, and another alert, which disappeared before their eyes. Then another, and another. Their plane was now having a complete meltdown. The pilots couldn't trust a thing their computers were telling them.
Like I was doing looking at the instruments, like what's going on? The things that I could look at weren't giving me the answers I needed.
To cancel out all of the warnings, Second Officer Hills pressed the emergency cancel button on the forward pedestal. But nothing happened. He pressed it again, and again. But still, the warnings continued. This system too was computer controlled, and it was just as confused as the rest of the aircraft.
Oh, what the hell?
The very systems which had been
They
so
got rocket
meticulously
trains
designed
now.
to help the pilots had now become their worst enemy. The plane was still 2 hours from Perth at this point. Keeping it in the air for that long was a terrifying prospect. One more died, and it might be their last. The pilots again called the first officer back to the cockpit. They desperately needed all the help they could get to manage their impossible situation. Within moments, the first officer burst into the cockpit after the captain granted him entry. He scrambled into his seat, swapping out with the day's second officer Hales. Lipset told the other two pilots about the abysmal condition of the passenger cabin and said he thought that he had broken his nose, which was now turning red. But that problem could wait. With the two most experienced pilots now sitting at the controls of Flight 72, they needed to devote all of their attention to the task at hand. Captain Sullivan filled the first officer in on the situation, while alarms rang out in the background. He told him that the dives were computer generated, and that he couldn't stop them with his controls.
That's quite difficult, again, for him to come in, regardless of his experience, to sit down and now immediately be able to function. He can't, because he doesn't know what's happened. And basically, I said, plane pitched down, I tried to stop it, and I couldn't. And, it's like, what?
Lipset suggested that they declare an emergency to air traffic control and divert to Learmonth, a military airfield about 150 kilometers from their current position. Sullivan agreed. The computers could send the plane into another dive at any moment. They needed to get on the ground as soon as possible. However, the captain disagreed with Lipset that they needed to declare a mayday. He decided that they would declare a PAN instead. A PAN is the international signal that a flight has a serious issue, but that the plane and the lives of its occupants are not at immediate risk. A mayday, on the other hand, tells the ground that there is a serious threat to life and that emergency assistance is required. The captain was not yet aware of the full extent of the injuries to the passengers. He needed more information before he could justify declaring a mayday. First Officer Lipset called Melbourne Air Traffic Control and advised them that they were experiencing flight control problems, that passengers had been injured, and that they needed to divert to Learmonth. The controller cleared them down to 35,000 feet and gave them permission to go directly to Learmonth. All the other pilots on the same frequency immediately wondered what could be happening. Flight control problems which were bad enough to injure passengers were a serious issue. Something big was unfolding out over the northwest tip of Australia. Captain Sullivan told the second officer to ask for an assessment of the injuries in the cabin. If they were bad enough, he would have cause to declare a mayday, which would mobilise the full complement of emergency services. Meanwhile, he began turning the plane left towards Learmonth. This was an unfamiliar airport for the pilots. By chance, the captain had been there once before, for a day in 1981, when he was in the US Navy. But he hadn't landed there himself. This would be the first time that any of the flight crew had actually flown into the airport. They needed to find out what they could expect when they got there. How long was the runway? Which direction was it in? And what was the best way to approach it? Sullivan slowed the plane down to give the crew time to cobble together their approach charts and make a plan for their arrival. But at the same time, they would have to be fast. At any moment, the manic computers could strike again. A perfect balance had to be struck here. Spend too long preparing everything in the air, and the pilots would risk entering another death dive. But trying to This was an unknown emergency, not covered. Pilots went about their duties professionally and methodically. This was the ultimate test of their skills, experience, and their ability to work under pressure. Flight 72 was now 80 kilometers from Learmonth, and the pilots began preparing a plan for their approach. As the first officer tried to put Learmonth into his flight management computer, he found that it wasn't responding to his key presses. This meant that he couldn't get the approach to the airport. The bygone days of visual navigation. They would have to find the airport out their windscreens and navigate. It wasn't that this was particularly dangerous, but it
Rocket engine is on the tracks. Get inside and fire her up, old man.
In the passenger cabin, the flight attendants who weren't themselves badly hurt were rushing around to help the injured. One of these was off-duty flight attendant Diana Casey, who had been heroically tending to the injured passengers, all while her husband protected her two daughters. She answered the second officer's call on the interphone, and for the first time, the pilots got a report of the injuries on board. There were broken bones, lacerations, possible spinal injuries.
Alright, we're on the move. Gotta head up front and grab the controls.
Immediately, the pilots agreed that this called for a mayday declaration. First officer radioed air traffic control with their mayday, saying that they had a significant number of serious injuries on board. This activated a nationwide alert, with emergency help coming in from far and wide to the remote airport of Learmonth. With their electronic charts not working, the pilots began looking for their paper charts, which were scattered across the cockpit floor. As the stall and overspeed alarms blared, they needed to locate the approach charts for Learmonth amid the hundreds of pages in their massive folders. As the first and second officer did this, a new problem emerged, which the pilots noticed when their ears started popping. Lipset checked the cabin pressurization, and sure enough, the automatic system for controlling the cabin pressure had now failed too. This meant that as the plane descended, the pilots would have to control the cabin pressure manually, constantly adjusting it so that the air stayed breathable. It was as if the automation was playing a deadly game of spinning plates, handing the pilots more and more plates until they overtook. Second Officer Hales volunteered to control the cabin pressure, while the other pilots dealt with navigating the stricken aircraft to the airport and setting it up for landing.
Head up front and grab the controls.
Captain Sullivan had to rely on the old flying principle of aviate, navigate, communicate to prioritise his tasks. If he could keep this mantra running in his head, he would be able to stay on top of the most important items while preventing the less urgent tasks from distracting him. But in order to prioritise his tasks, he first had to know what the aircraft problems even were. Sullivan and Lipset methodically stepped through the almost innumerable items appearing on the ECAM, making a note of each one. But with the state their plane was in, was it possible that there were some problems that the computers weren't telling them about? The last thing the crew wanted was a nasty surprise on final approach. Lipset used the satellite phone to call the Qantas maintenance unit in Sydney. The A330, being a modern aircraft, constantly streams data to the aircraft on the base. So there were additional problems not being shown to the pilots. Perhaps this maintenance unit could see them. As Lipset called Sydney, Second Officer Hales had found the charts for the airport.
Head up front and grab the controls.
And its plan to approach. His assistance would be vital as the plane descended towards the airport. Learmonth had no air traffic control, which meant that the pilots basically had to be their own controllers. They had to look out for other air traffic and alert them to their own presence as they made their way in. All three pilots were carrying out their route, while at the same time keeping an eye on each other.
I had to delegate. Peter used his initiative, Ross used his initiative, and we would separate and come together. This was our CRM, which was pretty amazing for something like this. How can I help? How can I unload the captain? What else can I do to enhance our operation? They're working independently. We come back together. We talk about things. We go back again. It's pretty special to be able to do that.
Back of Captain Sullivan's mind, creeping its way forwards, was the possibility that, low to the ground, the plane would pitch down again. This was the nightmare scenario. On final approach, the plane wouldn't have enough altitude to recover from a dive. Sullivan needed to minimize the chances that this would happen, but if it did happen, he needed to somehow maximize the chances of recovering from it. For that, he was betting on a last resort technique he learned as a fighter pilot, which we'll see in a moment. At this point, Captain Sullivan told his colleagues to pause what they were doing. He was now going to brief them on his plan. It was vital that each pilot was on the same page. As the plane got closer to the airport, their workload would increase exponentially, as would the consequences of another upset. Sullivan's plan was to enter a holding pattern above the airfield, and to gradually descend to an altitude of 10,000 feet. There, the pilots would extend the flaps, just as they would normally do at a much lower altitude for landing. With the flaps extended, Sullivan would check the controllability of the plane, turning left and right, and ensuring that nothing unexpected happened. If all went well, the pilots would continue their descent, and carry out an approach and landing on runway 36, in northerly runway. The other two pilots agreed that this was a good plan. The seriousness of their situation hit home again, as if it wasn't already clear enough. The ground was their enemy, and yet it was where they had to go. Things were now about to start happening really quickly. Captain Sullivan updated the passengers on his plan, letting them know that he was aware that there were serious injuries on board, and telling them that he intended to land in Learmonth as soon as possible. As the captain made this address, the first officer was flying the plane. He began announcing the flight's intentions to other aircraft over the radio. Without air traffic control to watch them or hear them, the pilots were responsible for maintaining their own separation from the aircraft. The plane was now over Learmonth, and the captain began. He kept the runway in view out his left-hand side. Without any electronic maps to help him, this was the only way he could see where the airport was. To the passengers, the runway was a reassuring sight. Although it was still so high above it, they had the terrible sense of being so close and yet so far. Yet But that very thing, being so far, was exactly what the pilots needed for the next step in their plan. Captain Sullivan was now about to test how the aircraft flew with the flaps extended. If something were to go wrong, it was much better that this happened at 10,000 feet than at 1,000 feet on final approach. The master caution chime continued to ring. It took incredible concentration for the crew to continue ignoring this alarm, which, throughout their training, they were told to treat with utmost importance. First Officer Lipset continued pressing the emergency cancel button, but it was as useless as ever. Sullivan made the odd joke to his colleagues, trying to keep morale high, but there was no denying the gravity of their situation. While the captain had his hands full with the aircraft, the first officer continued multitasking. He was speaking to maintenance over the satellite phone, who was providing headings and altitudes for the captain to follow. He was broadcasting the plane's location to other aircraft on the frequency, and, at the same time, he was monitoring the aircraft's distance from a ground-based radio beacon to keep track of the plane's position. Seeing how much Lipset had on his plate, the captain decided that it was time to take some of it off. He made the finger across the throat signal to his colleague, signaling that he should end the call with maintenance. They weren't going to be able to fix their problems at this point. All three pilots had to have their full attention on the task now at hand. First Officer Lipset began listing off the inoperative systems to the captain. The list was overwhelming. It would almost have been easier to list the things that wouldn't work. And in fact, that's what Captain Sullivan did. He reminded himself that despite all of these inoperative systems, he still had working engines, landing gear, and 3 working pilots. And those pilots would be pushed to their limits on landing. For one thing, they wouldn't be able to use the full flap setting, which meant that their approach speed would be higher than normal. Second, the automatic braking, which applies the wheel brakes automatically on landing, wasn't working either. That was okay, the captain could just apply the brakes manually, but he would have to be careful. His plane was heavy. If he braked too hard on landing, the tires could deflate or explode. On top of that, some of the spoilers on the wings, which helped the plane slow down on landing, weren't working. All of this meant that the plane would use up a lot more runway than usual. However, thankfully, the runway was long. Barring any nasty surprises, Sullivan should be able to bring the plane to a stop. Just to double check, Second Officer Hales input all of these limitations into the pilot's so-called performance laptop, which would calculate the plane's stopping distance down to the meter. He was able to confirm what the crew had hoped. Even with its faults, the plane had ample room to stop. The first officer ran the calculation on the laptop himself too, just to triple check. And sure enough, the A330 would be able to stop on the runway. But with all of this discussion about landing distances and inoperative systems, the pilots were somewhat getting ahead of themselves. Now approaching 10,000 feet, it was time to see how the plane would behave at lower speeds with the flaps extended, just like the plane would be set up when coming into land. The captain stopped the plane's descent as he reached 10,000 feet, and asked the first officer to extend the flaps to the first notch. The 3 pilots watched the ECAM anxiously as it signaled the extension of the flaps. Captain Sullivan held his side stick tightly, readying himself for another pitch down. But after a few seconds, all was well. The flaps were now at their first notch, and the plane was flying normally. The pilots breathed a collective sigh of relief, but it wasn't over yet. They moved the flap lead to the second notch. Again, the pilots waited. And again, all appeared normal. The captain then needed to check that the plane could maneuver properly at this speed and flap setting. He turned the plane to the left. And then, back to the right. There were no unusual movements in the side stick, and the plane was handling well. The aircraft was as ready as it would ever be to make its approach into Learmonth. Captain Sullivan asked his colleagues if they were ready too, and they were. Sullivan pushed the nose down and began descending. Meanwhile, Lipset set a target altitude of 3,000 feet on the autopilot panel. The captain would aim to be at this altitude 10 miles from the runway. The tension in the cockpit was increasing as the plane descended. With the aircraft nose down now, could spell disaster. Each pilot was scanning the instruments, looking for any sign that the plane was deviating from its flight path. The false stall warnings became even more concerning as the plane neared the ground. However unnerving they had been at altitude, a stall warning close to the ground can easily be a death sentence. The captain kept a close eye on the standby airspeed indicator, while the first officer monitored his airspeed indicator.
It was very disconcerting to be on approach with the stall warnings going on. Is it real? Is it not? Did we miss something? It's like pulling a pin and sitting up with a hand grenade and sitting on it. And like, do I move? If I move, is that that
Past 1 that afternoon, Sullivan lined the plane up with runway 36. They were on a 10-mile final at 3,000 feet. First Officer Lipset made a final broadcast to the other traffic in the area, alerting them that an A330 was out. He then made an announcement to the passengers, telling them that landing was imminent and that they needed to follow the crew instructions. In the cabin, some passengers were praying and others were crying. They could see out their windows how close to the ground the plane now was. In a few seconds, it would all be over. With the plane now closing in on the runway, the first officer warned the captain that his speed was high. Sullivan acknowledged it, but a high speed was exactly what he wanted and needed. If the plane's computers pushed the nose down now, a high speed would make the control surfaces more responsive. He would need that responsiveness to recover the aircraft. He also had a last resort technique he could draw on from his years of military travel. If the plane entered another dive, rather than trying to pull the nose up with the side stick, which hadn't worked previously, he would turn the plane onto its side and then stomp on the rudder to lift the nose. In other words, he would use the rudder as a kind of makeshift elevator. It was a risky maneuver, untested in a giant aircraft like the A330, but it was the plane's only hope. Sullivan's only hope was that he wouldn't have to use this technique.
That was the last ditch, like, if all else fails, I'm already thinking about this is the only other thing I can do. What else can I do?
Now getting close, the pilots lowered the gear. They watched anxiously as the gear extended and locked into place. They were one step closer to getting there. Lipset then armed the ground spoilers, which would help the plane stop on the runway. The tension was mounting as the plane got closer. The ground was the only place they could be safe, but at the same time, it was the very thing threatening to kill them if the plane pitched down again. The first officer lowered the third notch of flaps, and now the plane was fully configured for landing. The captain readied himself. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins, and he was poised to use all of it if the plane's nose dipped. He made minor corrections to the plane's pitch using the side stick, and to the power using the thrust lever. No words were spoken as the plane crossed the runway threshold. Only the sound of the stall and overspeed warnings filled the cockpit. The rear wheels touched down. Captain Sullivan applied the brakes and lowered the nose. In the back of the aircraft, the passengers erupted into cheers and applause. Flight 72 had landed. The pilots taxied the aircraft back to the apron and shut down the engines. But the ordeal wasn't over yet. This was a remote airfield with only 2 ambulances and a volunteer fire truck coming up to meet the aircraft. Of the 315 people on board, 118 had been injured, many of whom seriously. In the hours that followed, the most badly injured passengers were airlifted to hospitals in Perth. Incredibly, given the sheer violence of the maneuvers and the extent of many of the injuries, everybody on board had survived. But one question remained. What on earth had caused such a devastating loss of control? The A330 had an excellent safety record, one of the best of any airliner, and it had a whole host of modern systems to improve safety. But, as it turned out, it was exactly this modernness which spelled disaster on Flight 72. An extensive and incredibly detailed investigation into this accident was carried out by the Australian Transportation Safety Board. By forensically examining the aircraft's computers, they found that a glitch inside the CPU of one of the aircraft's computers caused it to generate a host of bad information, which was then fed to the other aircraft systems. The These led to the erratic readings on the captain's airspeed indicator and altimeter, as well as the flurry of e-count ranks. Crucially, one consequence of this bad data was that it led the computers to interpret the aircraft's position as being 50 degrees nose up relative to the airflow. This led the computers to push the nose down in order to save the plane. In reality, of course, the plane was flying straight and level, and the computers ended up pushing it down across the ocean. Remarkably, the initial cause of this glitch could not be determined. Everything from hardware faults to electromagnetic interference and even cosmetic was examined by the investigation team. Nonetheless, in the days after the incident, Airbus came up with a procedure for pilots to carry out if they experienced similar warnings to those which had occurred on Flight 72. A number of other crews actually came across the same issue in the following months. Thankfully, each of them was able to carry out the same procedure before they entered a dive. The software in all A330s has since been modified so that this kind of jump data cannot lead to the violent maneuvers which took place on Qantas 72. These changes have made flying safer in the years since, but the recent crashes of two Boeing 737s due to software malfunctions shows that we're not out of the woods yet. With the dawn of a new age of automation on the horizon, thanks to recent developments in artificial intelligence, we have to wonder about how manufacturers like Airbus and Boeing will balance the safety benefits of such technology with the new risks they introduce.
Let's look at the world ahead. Automated vehicles, more automation in airplanes, artificial intelligence. This is our future, which is now. You might think it's easier, but now you're interacting with an exotic system. That is an exotic way. Why are we to do it? For safety? Or is it for market share? I don't know.
If you'd like to watch Captain's Open, then you can join these people here and join the Patreon, and I put the link to that just on the bottom of the screen here. Patrons on the channel get lots of perks like this, as well as early access to every video I make, and as well as that, it's a great way to support the channel. Also, if you've watched a few of these videos, you'll know that I don't really do any plugs or anything at the end, but in this case, the captain has actually written a book about his experience, and I put the link to that in the description. It's a fascinating story, it's quite personal and empowering in parts, but there's loads of detail in it that I just couldn't capture in the 50 or so minutes of this episode here. So definitely check that out if you're interested in finding out more about this story. So, hope you enjoyed this one, and I'll see you soon for the next episode.
Andreas Fault. The greatest fault line on Earth. 800 miles long, this ugly scar on the landscape has spawned earthquake after earthquake. But for now, it waits quietly under our cities, building up stress to strike once again. Andreas Fault is one of the most dangerous geological features on Earth. California's greatest city, and millions of her citizens live in constant peril. Since records began, there have been 13 large earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault.
Water lines have ruptured. There is no water coming out of the fire hydrants.
And now, America's geologists are rock detectives, a warning of a potential disaster.
The major damage has been done.
In the fall of 2008, more than 300 scientists calculated what a major earthquake would do to Southern California.
We've been conducting a special study of a magnitude 7.8 earthquake on the southern San Andreas Fault, large enough the fire will be very significant.
The definitive scientific report presented to politicians was codenamed Shakeout. Thousands of deaths and billions of dollars of damage in the city of Los Angeles, which makes it crucial to investigate the most important question: when will the next big earthquake hit the city? The latest preparations for disaster are the climax of an investigation that started more than 100 years ago. In the aftermath of the Great San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The earthquake struck on Wednesday, just before midnight. The ground shook violently.
Stick this in your pipe and smoke it.
Igniting fires that raged unchecked for the next 4 days. 28,000 buildings, a tenth of the entire city, were destroyed, and more than 3,000 people, 1 in every 100 of the population, were killed. With a magnitude of 7.8, it's in the top 20 of North America's strongest ever earthquakes. The scale of the Great San Francisco earthquake shocked the nation. But no one understood what had made the city shake. Native American myths explained earthquakes as shocks from a battle between warring spirits. Explorers couldn't understand the shocks that destroyed their mission. Has still made little progress. Refugees in the ruins of San Francisco still blamed earthquakes on mysterious underground explosions. So, just 3 days after the earthquake, the state of California asked one of the world's most famous geologists, Andrew Lawson, of the State what had happened, Lawson realized that the land had jolted apart and torn the fence in two. Plotting the evidence on a map around San Francisco revealed a surprising pattern. Because connecting the dots drew a straight line. And at every point, the Earth moved the same way. On the coast to the north, inland to the south. This line of weakness was the culprit they were searching for. South of San Francisco, the suspect line ran underneath a lake. Laguna de San Andreas. So now, the earthquake crater at last had a name. Professor Lawson, who a decade earlier had identified cracks in the earth here as a harmless rift, now rechristened it the San Andreas Fault. In modern-day San Francisco, the buildings, the roads, and the railways have long since been repaired. But if you know where to look, evidence of the 1906 quake can still be found. Geologist Charlie Paul follows in the footsteps of Lawson's team, seeking signs of the havoc from 1906. He finds it on the cliffs at Muscle Rock, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
The cliff is not here by accident. There's a very good reason why this cliff is here. Half a mile or so of the shore face apparently fell off in the 1906 earthquake. And if you look down below us, there's a big rotated block that's near the present-day shoreline. And it is just inboard of the San Andreas Fault. The San Andreas Fault is about a quarter of a mile offshore here. Major crustal junctions on this side of North America.
Trace how damage waves spread out across the city, and that is where the quake originated along the San Andreas. It was offshore, about 2 miles out to sea from the Golden Gate Bridge. So, to continue tracking the fault, the investigation must head out to sea. Marine geologists use remote operating vehicles.
Ocean floor that is higher or lower on one side, and you can use various techniques to determine that this actually is a fault instead of some other process.
Running south across the seabed, the San Andreas finally runs out of ocean and hits the land. This broken line of rocks stretching from the sea marks where the San Andreas hits land 12 miles south of San Francisco.
Here at Muscle Rock, and we're essentially standing on the San Andreas Fault right now. And if there was an earthquake, I don't know what would happen right here, but I wouldn't want to be here.
This Pacific coastline, where cliffs crumble slowly into the sea, is the boundary between two of the Earth's massive continental plates. Separated by the San Andreas Fault, two vast, separate blocks of the Earth's crust lie directly alongside each other. Here, the continent of North America lies slightly on top of the adjacent section of crust which holds the Pacific Ocean. The join can be seen where these lower, darker rocks are overlaid by light-colored sedimentary rocks.
Rock types differ by more than 100 million years in age. Two rock bodies that are not similar in any way have been brought together.
The fault line was exposed to geologists when the cliffs collapsed here in the 1906 earthquake. But back then, nobody understood how and why two different types of rock were next to each other. Until around 40 years ago, the answer was finally revealed by the theory of plate tectonics. The theory showed that the Earth's crust consists of separate moving plates on which the oceans and continents sit. Around 200 million years ago, the heavy Pacific Ocean plate collided with North America and started sinking underneath the lighter continent. Professor of Geophysics Mark Zoback studies that process, called subduction, in his laboratory at Stanford University.
For many millions of years, prior to the existence of the San Andreas Fault, the Pacific Plate was subducting beneath North America. The oceanic plate was diving down. And that process went on for, well over 100 million years. force, so a tremendous amount of activity was occurring.
As the unstoppable force of one plate met the immovable object of the other, they were forced to change direction.
The plate motions were such that the Pacific plate had to start sliding north. And now, the motion of sliding
Okay, hey man, you need to shove that nuke right up in their filthy Nazi nerve center. The Oberkommando is situated at ground level directly above the cavernous vault with all that alien shit inside. You gotta haul your ass on up there, baby.
Uncovers different plates of the Earth's crust on either side of the fault. But investigators still need more information about how often San Andreas has spawned earthquakes in the past. It might help them answer the all-important question: when will the San Andreas strike again? To discover when the San Andreas fault will strike again, the investigation needs to know about ancient earthquakes that have struck along the fault line. But there's an immediate problem.
Here in California, it's a particular challenge. Some of the earliest written records were from the missions and from the early explorers, so only dating back into the 18th century here. Other parts of the world, we have an earthquake history going back millennia.
The investigation moves 350 miles south of San Francisco to a desert where the San Andreas has been There's crucial evidence about earthquakes from ancient times.
This creek used to flow straight across the San Andreas Fault here. With several earthquakes, it formed a natural dam where the San Andreas Fault wedges up here in front of me. That created a small pond, and now we're looking at the dry sediments of that pond. We record the history of earthquakes, and that tells us quite a great deal about the past.
That must be the dock you should safekeep Seth was talking about.
Needs to know how long ago.
Andreas Fault, where it cuts through the Carrizo Plain, it almost looks like a scar, and it was caused by repeated earthquakes in the past.
Along the long line of hills marking the course of the San Andreas, Hudnut spots the puzzling bends that he's seeking.
Oh, if we could swoop along the fault through here, that would be awesome. Oh, there's a great angle. See that right angle offset channel with the elbow in it right there? That's a classic one right there.
Hudnut's aerial view of the creek bed shows that the river once flowed straight on across the fault. But little by little, a series of earthquakes along the San Andreas dragged the creek away from its original course. Recreating how the land had moved showed Hudnut that the two parts of the creek had traveled more than 300 feet apart.
So if you imagine the North American plate is fixed and the Pacific plate is moving to the northwest, the Wallace Creek site records that offset because the channel was straight across the fault, but it's been offset through time.
Earlier investigators had already radiocarbon dated the land on each side of the fault system, revealing that it took 3,000 years to change the creek's position. So, knowing the distance and the time it took to do it, lets Hudnut calculate the average speed with which the two land masses are moving past each other. 300 feet in 3,000 years.
So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it.
If the land along the San Andreas is moving 1 inch every year, causing earthquakes, then why has one small town along the fault line never had any? The investigation has discovered how fast the land is stretching and straining along each side of the San Andreas Fault.
So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it.
Doesn't fit the pattern.
They won't disarm it.
Hollister is unique along the San Andreas fault system. It's never had an earthquake. The investigation will find out why. Hollister has a population of 37,000.
Walking through Hollister, you can see anything that man has built that was laid out in a straight line, they have a jog
So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it. So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it. So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it. So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it. So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it.
I'm arming the warhead now. You may want to bug out of Roswell before this thing goes boom.
Far out, brother, far out. I have my guy at City Hall sound the tornado alarm, evacuate the whole town. Look for an exit and get the hell out of the blast zone. I'm almost done clearing out mission control. Meet you at the rendezvous by Galveston. Done deal.
Diese Einrichtung wurde infiltriert. Hochrangige Mitglieder des Oberkommandos bereit machen zur sofortigen Evakuierung. Wiederhole, diese Einrichtung wurde infiltriert. Hochrangige
hell out of Dodge. Yeah, keep running, Nazis.
Bereit machen für sofortige Evakuierung. Halten Sie Ihre Papiere bereit und melden Sie sich bei Ihrem
There you all go.
An alle hochrangigen Mitglieder des Oberkommandos bereit machen für sofortige Evakuierung. Halten Sie Ihre Papiere bereit und melden Sie sich bei Ihrem Rettungsschiff. Der Start erfolgt umgehend.
Billy too, but my daddy says I'm not supposed to play with you. Why'd he say that? My daddy said that Negroes are a sickness on the community and a bad influence, dirty and thieves, and beggars and bums, and they don't know how to read or write, and that they're stinky and stupid and lazy and way too lazy to work an honest job.
Well, my daddy did, but my mama say white folks is mean as all get out, and hating and resenting on account they used to keep all colors as slaves, and now they're not allowed no more. And that's why I can't use a good restroom at the fair, and the man in the store won't let me in so I can buy chewing gum or soda pop.
Well, what kind of chewing gum you like?
Injun Scouts.
Red or yellow?
Yellow.
I hate the red ones.
The red ones taste like puke.
Yeah.
What you got in that jar, Billy?
Oh, it's nothing at all. It's for catching tadpoles.
What you gonna do with tadpoles in that jar?
Just go watch them swim. I feed them crumbs and carrots from the yard. Then they become pinky frogs.
Well, I've seen tadpoles down the stream. Follow me and I'll show you.
Okay. Come on.
Remember you showed me the ring, Mama? For when I met someone special? Well, I did.
Come on, look at this, Billy. Look, the rat fell into my bucket, now he can't get out. Look at that.
He'll drown.
Probably.
Well, save him, Billy, he's drowning.
He's just a rat, he's gross. He's eating our food and spreading germs, pooping in our cupboards.
He's dying. He's dying, Billy! He's dead! Ah!
Billy, look! Billy! Come back!
You done did it, Billy. You saved his life.
Oh, Guy.
How old was I then? 19, 20 maybe? I was 9, maybe 10.
Billy?
Yeah?
Can I tell you a secret?
Okay.
Promise not to tell anyone.
Yeah, okay.
I'll whisper it. I think you're very handsome, and I like you.
Are you out there somewhere, Billy? Inclined to this day to endure amongst the living?
Mama! Daddy!
What's the goddamn ruckus?
Annie and Howie, they followed me. They pinned me down. They took my pocket knife.
What the hell is wrong with you? You let them take your property, they're gonna walk all over you till there's nothing left. Now, I gave you that pocket knife. It was in your care. It's your responsibility.
I will speak to their parents.
You will do no such thing, Sophia. Oh, you gonna let your mommy fight your battles for you, are you, boy? Now, you go on out there and take back what's yours, and you are not setting foot in this house again until you do.
I'll be in the grave rotting nice. Should get to work on upgrading my weapons.
Hey. Son, I have tried reasoning with you. I've tried smacking sense into you till the cows come home, and nothing is working. Every night you wake me up with these noises. No matter how many times I try to tell you there are no monsters in our basement.
Sorry, Daddy. At night, I see them. Clear as daylight. They're coming to kill Mama.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. You take this.
Wow.
Now, you and I are going down into the basement, and any monsters that show up, we shoot them dead, right between their eyes. Sometimes the best way to fix a problem is to face it head on. You with me?
Yes, Daddy.
Sophia, you in on this? You see them?
No, Daddy. The monsters are gone.
Yeah, I reckon if you do no wrong, ain't no monster gonna come after you, son. You think we scared them off for good this time?
May I keep the gun?
place has gone to shit?
I ain't been down here in nary a decade. I own a 2,000-acre ranch up by Forney Lake now. I heard on the radio you'd been sighted up near Roswell. I figured you might show up here.
Nothing in this house but bad memories.
So why'd you come? Need a place to hide? You need money? Well, you're barking up the wrong tree, son. Far too late to come begging now.
Ain't nothing you can offer to make up for what you done to us. I think of my father, I see a fuck you and a fist flying in my face.
When'd you ever do right by me? Disobedient, ungrateful, sense like a flat tire, and a mouth like a sewer. Oh, I saw where you was headed. I've been down that hole myself. And I guarantee you, I did all in my might to pull you out. What more do you want from me?
I wanted you to treat me like I mattered. Like I wasn't some piece of dog shit got stuck on your shoe.
I did my damnedest with you. The truth is, you were broke beyond fixing. What are you, some sort of super killer terror bomber now? You're on the wrong side, buddy. All them years, I was banging my head into the wall, coming to see that everyone was against me. And when the Nazis took over, things got a lot better. You play by their rules, you can do very well for yourself. Ask anyone around these parts. Blazkowicz is a name of renown and respect. Everything you touch turns to shit, and I do not need your stink on my name. Wanted murderer. Run off to the army as soon as you come of age. Broke your mother's heart.
Where is she?
She's gone.
When? What happened?
What happened is we had a big goddamn war, and now we got a new government with new rules. They took her. She gone. And what's that queer outfit you're wearing?
What do you mean they took her?
They rounded up all the Jews and the coloreds and the queers. This is a white man's world now. White man's got to keep it Christian.
You sold her out.
So what? Wife made a living bemoaning me and raised a boy into a murderer. Well, I always saw you for what you are. 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. On your knees.
Daddy, I'm your son.
Down on your fucking knees.
Was it time I was scared of you? Was it time I'd have pissed myself, had a gun pointed at my head? You know what I feel right now? Not a goddamn thing. Who'd you call?
I heard everything.
Who in the hell'd you call?
She's here.
Gotta disable these claws. Wunderbar. Oh, schön.
Wirklich. Blaskowitsch. Really? Do you want to love and cherish me till death do us part?
Come here.
Would you like to kiss the bride now? But not before the wedding. Schicken wir schlafen.
Jawohl.
I need you to rest now. While I prepare the ceremony.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir haben ihn! Mörder, du hast meinen Sohn getötet! Er hat meinen Sohn getötet!
Ruhig bleiben, bleib ruhig. Setz dich wieder hin.
Er hat es verdient zu sterben!
It's all a show. And I'm the guy wearing the black hat.
No, I say! You will not deny me access to my client. You see this? Read it. I am entitled to confer with my client in absolute privacy. Do you want me to call the judge? You will be looking for another job tomorrow. You hear me? Now you let me see my client, or are you gonna test me?
Oh! What is this? Take that hood off of him! Schnell, motherfucker! Oh, come on. How's he supposed to talk to me when he's got that gag thing covering his mouth?
Not my problem, it stays on.
Oh, Christ! Will you just give us some privacy, please? Oh, you look like ass, man. Fuck. Looks like you're at death's door. Seriously, this is not a good look for you. Anyway, listen, your trial's coming up in a couple of weeks, and after that, they're gonna execute you, and that whole charade is gonna be televised to every living room on the planet. So instead of that bullshit going down, we're gonna break you the fuck out of here right now. It's kind of a risky plan, but the security they have around you is out of this world, so it's kind of the only play we got. All right? I mean, the hoops I had to jump through to get to you, and I'm your fucking lawyer. That pissed me off. But hey, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make like you attacked me, and when the guard pig comes in looking for your ass, I'm gonna sneak up behind him, and I'm gonna shove this little number right into the base of his skull. I'm gonna grab his keys and his gun, and I'm gonna roll you right on out to the elevator, popping Nazis wherever they show up, straight down to the garage where Bombati and Anya and everyone else has the getaway car. Okay, you ready? Let's get this freak show on the road. Go. Fuck. That hurts so bad. You don't even know. Let's beat this fucking gag thing off you. All right. Once we hit the street, it's all car chases and flying bullets. They got tanks outside, man. We got some tricks up our sleeve, though. If we make it that far, we make it. The hard part is getting down to the garage. Hey! Help! Help! Open the door! He fucking attacked me, man! He broke my nose, and then he got out through that door right there! Fucking Terror Billy! He's on the loose! Stay back. And he had help. They came in right through that door, and they broke him out. It was space aliens, man!
Schnitt! Cut! Zimmermann, Sie haben Talent. Sie sollten zum Film gehen, bei Helene vorsprechen.
Guter Schuss, General. Der zuckt noch.
Idiot. He was dead as soon as you walked into the building. Tapferer kleiner Liebling, ich bin dein und du bist mein. Liebling, so lieblich und open your mouth. Open. Open it. That's it. How does it taste? Shh. How does it taste? The gunpowder of the bullet that killed your friend. How does it feel? Do you love the taste? Oh. You hear that? It's my attack force. Moving in on your friends in the garage. You're so boy. I'm gonna go down there now and join in on the fun.
Anya, my family. Weeks pass, or more. Feel myself slipping away. Got me praying for the end.
For theft and destruction of public and private property, aiding the enemy, torture, terrorism, including nuclear, both domestic and abroad, and high treason. For gruesome murders that number in the thousands, you have been found guilty, Mr. William Joseph Blazkowicz. It is rare, even for a man of my job description, to come face to face with true evil. And it pains me that the maximum sentence that I can bestow upon you is something as trivial as death! Death, Mr. Blazkowicz! Nothing but swift, sheer death! Bailiff!
Mama.
Oh, my son.
I thought I lost you, Mama. I thought I'd never see you again.
Oh, Billy. Life is full of unexpected things. Some make you cheerful, and some break your heart.
I wasn't there when you needed me. I ran out on you.
It hurt so much, Billy. It felt like my heart was being ripped out of my chest when you left. But all hardship is temporary. Do you know this? Most of it is inevitable. I had to stay behind so that you could leave. And now you're the one in trouble. Do not worry for me. My troubles are over, my son.
I don't want to go back out there. I can't do this anymore.
You are strong, Billy. We are survivors, you and I. We keep fighting even when we do not know how. You You cannot help but be my son.
I'm having twins, Mama. They're not born yet. I want to see them. I wanted you to see them. I miss you.
We will be together soon. You just have one more hardship to
Bailiff!
Warm quilted daydreams. Stolen by cold winds of reality.
Bürger des Großreiches, dies ist ein Tag des Triumphes. Eine Woche ist es her, dass unsere tapferen Soldaten William Joseph Blaskowitz gefangen nehmen konnten. Die Festnahme erfolgte in einem Bauernhaus nahe Dallas mit einem schnellen Einsatz ohne Todesopfer. Nun wird diesem Schwerverbrecher und ehemaligen Terroristenanführer die Gerechtigkeit erfahren, die er seinen unzähligen Opfern verwehrte. Unser ruhmvolles Reich wird nicht ruhen, ehe der Krieg gewonnen ist! Sieg heil!
Sieg heil! Sieg heil! Sieg heil!
We would have been so good together. Darling, you're breaking my heart.
The old and the weak are doomed.
Everyone in position. She's dropping it!
Hier, die Kinderlach, we have less than 7 seconds. Okay, ready, steady, march, bombate! Grab it! Anya, now! Hurry! We have 3 seconds! We need to give his brain oxygenated blood, or it will die.
Is he alive? Answer me, is he alive?
I'm afraid it's too late.
Oh, no. No.
Brain activity! Yes! He's alive!
Wow, man! This is just too far out there, Seth!
Exhaust! Max is right. We should get out of here. The man ready for transport?
Oh Gott, ist tot. Scheiße. Das kriege ich.
Look! He's awake! Holy cow! The god of immortal space fish swimming in his fishbowl! Hail, space fish!
Mr. Blaskowitz, can you hear me? Okay, so listen to this. Some time ago, Caroline obtained this latest generation biologically engineered super soldier body from a Nazi scientific lab. Very, very impressive specimen. Anila, please show this to him.
Look, William, Seth is gonna attach this
to build a connection between your head and your new body.
Kindle, please, I'm an Nazi guy. Please come and help me here. Now, these are very rare Nazi combat equipment from super soldiers our fighters found in the field. None of them is working, but I have enough material to fix one contraption. You should decide which one you want. You can choose. Blink once for this one, blink twice for the one in the middle, blink 3 times for that over there. Okay, Ingele, pick. Out the one of you like. Whenever you're ready, Shimshin. Okay, Ingele, let's get to work. I will sedate you now.
See you soon.
Set? Set!
I'm awake. I'm not asleep. I'm got you. How are you feeling, Mr. Blazkowicz? Can you move your body? Yes, you can. Show us. Show us.
I feel powerful.
Do you remember your name? Do you remember your doings in the last 2 years?
Aside from killing Nazis.
If you die one more time, William, I will murder you. Come, I'll give you some clothes.
Send them to me when you're done. No, have you seen Getzelman? Hast du gesehen? Hast du gesehen? Shimshin? Are you the Shimshin? Mr. Blazkowicz.
How I look?
Like a new man, Ingele. A new man. Oh, look at you. I'm so happy you're back. Now, this same thing Shoshana has. There's no. This connects your head to your body. Very, very important not to fiddle with this. Now, you might feel some weird tingling sensation. Not to worry, it's normal. But let me know if anything else happens. For example, your head trying to reject your new body. Something like this.
It's hot! Max! Hot!
I feel the same way, Max.
Excellent.
I have prepared the contraption you wanted. Put it on. Let's see what you could do with it. Go on, Mr. Blazkowicz, put it on. Yes, Yingele, pick it up and put it on. I think you'll like it. That's right, Mr. Blazkowicz. Now, engage the battle walkers to reach to the top of the wall and climb over it. Yes, Mr. Blazkowicz, yes! Now, experiment with the training course until you have familiarized yourself with the abilities.
Caroline, thank you. Take back your wings. I don't need them anymore.
Remarkable to see you here standing in front of me. It's just astonishing. Detention and public execution were the most well-known events in television history. Protected with the full might of the Nazi soldiers. You step in. You know what? The only reason you are there is Anna. She never gave up. She'll never give up. When racist plan to rescue you failed, Anya the same thing for you. She was the one who brought to my attention. Super soldier, biologically away. All of the weapons you lost in the ruins of the farmhouse. She is relentless, this girl. She's a keeper.
You asleep?
Oh, I just wanted to get some rest before we arrive at New Orleans. Just such a long ride. I need a few minutes. Can you put your arms around me, William?
I met him, Anya. I seen him and I wasn't afraid no more.
Oh, William. And your mother?
What happened in the garage?
The garage?
First time you tried to rescue me, Frau Engel's men attacked you in the garage. I heard the gunshots.
Oh, that was nothing. We had some tricks up our sleeve.
That's exactly what Super Spare said. Hey. You never answered my question.
Which one?
Is this real? Or am I in heaven?
The main man.
You look hungry, girl. Should go see if Grace has a job. Max sure likes his crayons.
Yo. What's the skinny?
Hey! He's back!
Whoa, man! Oh, space fish swam out of his fishbowl. Oh, you look good, Blazkowicz. You look strong, you know? Stronger than you ever did, man. Keep on swimming, space fish. Ah! Ah, get off of me!
Whoa,
Get off of me!
whoa, Wyatt, you're putting the scare on me, man.
Oh, sorry, man. Oh, I just had this vision.
What do you mean, vision?
Ah, there's this pile of bodies stacked up outside our house, and I crawled out the window onto the pile, and I burrowed down to the bottom where these magical rats lived, and they squeaked in my ear this most terrible, wonderful secret. This world is a lie, man. This world is a lie.
No. This is not a good vision. Your head is in a bad place.
I'm okay, Bombate. I'm all right. It's just, I'm tired because of this constant, ringing in my ear.
No, take a break. Get some sleep.
I'm all right. Just
get some sleep. Now.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just.
In West Virginia, earlier reports concerning riots following the nuclear terrorist attack in Roswell have been confirmed false. Official sources have now confirmed that the riots were actually a peaceful anti-terrorism demonstration. In other news, was Terror Billy's last victim his own father? Shortly after the execution of terrorist leader William Joseph Blazkowicz, the body of a male stabbing victim was uncovered at Terror Billy's childhood home in Mesquite, Texas.
Is it true what they say, Connie? We are on the way to New Orleans? Yep. What is it that we are doing in New Orleans?
Don't know. Some shit.
I listened to Grace speak, but she speaks too fast for me. There is resistant fighters in New Orleans?
About right.
Okay. Maybe they will help us fight them up. Would that not be great?
Word.
You do not speak a lot, Connie. Do you know?
No.
What happened to you when home hit New York?
A long way we have come, Bushman. Slowly the people are waking up. And payback is
Hey, man. God damn, Cat.
Yes?
Human tank, that's what you are.
Alessandro? Tell me, why do people not speak? Fan, vilket helvete. I'm so very sorry, Connie.
You happy now, pig?
kid. Blazkowicz, you are one tough motherfucker, you know that?
What's all this?
All the special shit from Roswell. He brought everything back from Mission Control and dumped it here. Never had time to unpack it.
He was a good man. I saw it go down. There's nothing I could do.
What did he say?
When?
What were his last words? I need to know.
He said it was space aliens, man.
Motherfucker.
He said.
Oh, Ingo, how is everything functioning? Hi, Grace.
This one of yours?
What's this? Where did you get this?
Special had it back in Roswell. Said he found it at the crash site in 47.
It looks like no, it can't be it. History. But it. Oh, gotten you.
Say.
Gotten you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Grace. It's happening, Grace. It's a full-on assault. Have them run the engines as hot as they can. Full fucking throttle, sister. Yes, ma'am. I'll tell them. We're on a course for the New Orleans ghetto. Come on in, Blazkowicz. Have a seat. Now, that ghetto is home to one of the last remaining resistance groups in America, led by a man named Horton. Now, after the war, the Nazis put up all these walls around the city. And then, they gathered up all the undesirables, and they dumped them there. So that Horton and his comrades and all these people are just stuck there, languishing in the worst conditions imaginable. And then, after the event of late, the Nazis, they just dialed up the pressure. Death squads storming cities, killing everyone in sight. God damn it, they're gonna purge that whole city till there's no one left.
We gotta do something.
Right on. So now this new body of yours, is it ready for some Nazi killing?
More ready than ever. Feel unstoppable. Fucking freight train.
You are a fucking freight train. Now, before we arrive in New Orleans, we need to make a quick detour into Manhattan. So you'll want to read the mission brief, activate the war map out there, and pull up the info screen for the Manhattan districts.
Got it.
On Blazkowicz, one good thing did come out of all of this mess.
Yeah? What's that?
Your execution is all over the news. Nazis think you're dead, baby. They ain't never gonna see you coming.
A long way we have come, Fishman. Slowly the people are waking up. And payback is coming for the Nazis. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, my friend. Fast, Blazkowicz. Radiation level is high down there.
Blazkowicz, find a way inside the nuclear bunker before the radiation levels, you know, kill you.
fast, Blazkowicz. Radiation level is high down there. Move fast, Blazkowicz. Radiation level is high down there.
Blazkowicz, find a way inside the nuclear bunker before the radiation levels, you know, kill you. The Nazis keep the stolen intel inside their command center. You gotta find your way in there.
Wundert mich nicht. Das Gesundheitsministerium hat an den Ami-Schulen jeden Sport außer Gymnastik und echtem Fußball verboten.
Oh?
vergessen hatte. Der kleine Rasierkompasszylinder führte mich über meinen Cousins Morphing-Tanznummern auf. Heiden Spaß, bis Oma sie stoppte.
Uns lasen wir religiöse Texte.
like when I was little. Shooting cans with my BB gun. Except bigger can, bigger gun. Only way forward seems to be through that elevator shaft.
hier ist...
Dossier Grace wanted. Guess that's my cue. You Nazis born in a barn? You're letting the radiation in.
Achtung! Nördliche Dekontamination.
Guess that's my cue. You Nazis born in a barn? You're letting the radiation in.
Dekontaminationskammer beschädigt. An alle Mitarbeiter legen Sie umgehend Ihr Atemgerät ab. Ich wiederhole, nördliche Dekontaminationskammer beschädigt.
Guess that's my cue. Nazis born in a barn? You're letting the radiation in.
Nördliche Dekontaminationskammer beschädigt. An alle Mitarbeiter legen Sie umgehend Ihr Atemgerät an. Ich wiederhole, nördliche Dekontaminationskammer beschädigt. An alle Mitarbeiter legen Sie umgehend Ihre Atemgeräte an.
Blazkowicz, I'm ready to pick you up. Just get to higher ground and signal your location. Yes, Blazkowicz. I see you. Approaching now. make a good team, you and I.
Oh, shit. Hey, you alive?
Not so good, friend.
All right. Gonna be okay?
Yeah. Been through worse. Just need to rest.
All right. Hey, Seth, check it out. Got some smoking fresh Nazi battle robots for you. Big opportunity for some very important scientific research and so forth. Hey!
Yes? Oh! Shoshana, look who's here, Mr. Shimshon Blaskovich. What have you done to me, Yingala? What have you done? I've been so absorbed with this artifact you brought into my attention. Absorbed and angry. You see, the Das Yichud engineers that made it called it the God Key, a term that only a complete and utter schmuck would accept it at face value, because first, it's not a key. I mean, I don't see a key here. More important, its actual purpose. I don't know what its actual purpose is! Makes me very angry.
All right.
Yes, no, I must not be disturbed. Go away.
Hey, we got a real serious... All right, Dick. I was doing inventory in the ammo depot on this gigantic asshole of a rat.
Running high, little guy. Ain't your fault you're a rat. Should check out this Enigma machine everyone's so jazzed up about.
Hey, hey.
Yep.
Oh, William, I wish we could spend some time alone, but we're so close to New Orleans. I just hope it's not too late. reports are very worrying.
Grace! Grace!
This motherfucker don't waste Abby or I'll break your idiot neck.
I got you the New Orleans dossier.
I'm sorry. It's just that it took me hours to put her down. Okay, let's roll.
In other news, the Minister of Public Security, General Engel, has resolved to clean up the streets of America from, quote, all criminal and terrorist elements.
Der Terroranschlag auf Roswell war ein Weckruf für das amerikanische Volk. Wir sind beileibe nicht so sicher, wie wir glauben.
Later tonight, we interview Lady Helene herself about the upcoming movie, the most expensive in cinematic history, chronicling the hunt and capture of terror villains. We will ask director Lady Helene the most pressing question of all. Who will play Terror Billy? Can any actor truly channel the pure evil of one of history's greatest mass murderers?
The helm. 5 minutes? My brothers and sisters. For a long time, I heard through the grapevine about this resistance leader named Horton.
Horton?
Horton.
Ton.
Yeah?
Windowsill. Umbrella. Horton.
Horton and his crew are holed up in the New Orleans ghetto. Now, this man has important connections to the remaining fragments of resistance all over the U.S., so Blazkowicz, I need you to go in there and recruit this man to our cause, you dig? Now, it ain't gonna be easy. The Nazis built this great fucking wall around New Orleans. Heavily armed guard towers, and the coastline is riddled with mines, impossible for the U-boat to navigate. But you know what? Fuck them. Because we got something else.
I'm sorry. Did you need this boat?
Yes, motherfucker.
Anya, tell me what to shoot, Grace. You and Wyatt will break into the East Perimeter Security Tower located there in Lake Bourne. Deactivate the mines obstructing the channel to Lake Pontchartrain. Then, we sail this boat into the city and bring all surviving souls on board.
What are you doing here? It's dangerous here. You have to be so quiet. We gotta go.
New Orleans is counting on us, my brothers and sisters. Blazkowicz, I need you to make it to the other side of the Great Wall. Look for any kind of opening that will grant you passage to the inside of the wall.
Christ, Captain. Not much sign of civilian life from up here. I hope we're not too late.
tot! Durchsucht den Bereich!
Brains. Wabby wobble.